Can we hear? Test, test, test.
No, it's gone. Barney should. Barney looked like he crawled out from under a rock. Yeah. Yeah. Did you know Barney?
Okay,
Yeah.
mute it.
Yeah, there's stories for right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm screaming.
It's 5 o'clock on Monday, June 14th, 2021. I call this special meeting of the Kingsland Independent School District to order. At this time, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Brian Kufal.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Greats. Mr. David R. Garcia. Mr. David R. Garcia. Ms. Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
Mr. James Lucy. Here. Ms. Delma Salinas. Ms. Delma Salinas. And Corey Garza is present. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code, Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. At this time, we move to the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, along with the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Maybe see. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move on to, again, this meeting will be live video streamed at https://bit.ly/3SROLQR. This time we move to item agenda 4, the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
By Mr. Brian Kufal, is there a second?
Second.
Been by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. Is there any discussion? Now we proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. This time, moving on to item number 5, public participation. Do we have anyone that wishes to address the board? I believe we have none. Thank you again. Okay, we go ahead and move to item 6. The board will enter into closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074 to deliberate and consider the following. A, consultation with legal counsel regarding litigation update. No action will be taken until we return to open session. At this time, we're entering into closed session at approximately 5:02. will get done, we'll come back. So my apologies, we're just trying to put something back.
So can you repeat that again, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Cantor, Justice Cruz. At this time, we called a special meeting at 5 o'clock to discuss some legal matters in executive session. Unfortunately, we are still back there talking to legal representation in regards to that matter. Again, there was a workshop scheduled for 5:30. If you all can please just wait patiently, and people that are watching online, just be patient with this. And as soon as we come out of executive and make a decision, whether we do or we don't, we'll start right with that budget workshop. Thank you. All right. We're still waiting on a couple before we think you talked about this program. As soon as 2 more board members come in, we're rocking and rolling.
Well, now you can get through all of it. And you should be able to get in here. Okay. The lock's on the side. You want to stay there, you want to like it.
Okay, I let the record show that also too that trustee Salinas has come to the special board meeting, just for again. All right, we now return to open session to take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We return to open session at approximately 6:33. Item A, discussion of possible action. Mr. President. Yes, sir, Mr. Kruval.
I move that the board accept the settlement offer last presented to us by our local counsel or our representative Nick Maddox as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Okay, the motion again. Is there any discussion? There's no any further discussion. We'll proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0. There will be no further action. I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting to at 6:34. All right, we'll take about 1 minute. Somebody's got to go somewhere, and we'll start the budget workshop again. I do thank each and every one of you who's on the line, most importantly here with us today, that kind of took the time to weigh in on the budget workshop that was scheduled at 5:30. Again, so just take 1 minute before we start.
I want to thank you all. I'm proud to be your counsel, and I'll follow through with that. Thank you.
On to the next case. Thank you very much.
Mr. Max, if you could get that in writing before, you know, I appreciate it. In use of the verbiage.
Is there any change from this to what was in our packet?
There is, yes.
All right.
It's 6:35 on Monday, June.
All right. It's 6:35 on Monday, June 14th. I call this a workshop of the Kingsland School District order. At this time, we'll have a roll call vote. Lieutenant Stephen Kreitz. Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Kreitz.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
It's called chemo fog. Remember, I've told you that before. Consider anything that does happen.
But
Trustee-
they voted in years, so I don't know what I am.
Lieutenant, I mean, there you go. See, now you're thinking, I'm telling you, it's chemo fog. Trustee David R. Garcia. Trustee David R. Garcia. Trustee Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
Trustee James Lucy. Here. Trustee Adelma Salinas.
Here.
Trustee Brian Kufal. Trustee Brian Kufal.
Oh, he'll be right there.
He's here, just walking in. And Trustee Corey Garza is here. Let the record show that there's a quorum of board members present, and this workshop has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. At this time, we'll move to item number 3. The Kingsland Independent School District Board of Trustees will conduct a workshop to discuss the following: A, TASB pay study 2021, academic stipends 2022, C, athletic stipends 2021-2022, athletic revenue accounts E, property insurance, F, roofing RFQ, and G, general office carpet. This time, Dr. Bettis.
Okay, you have a budget workshop, additional documents, because, you know, when these went out to print, we received more information, and so we've added to it, so timing is everything, you know, so we want to make sure we presented you with the current information possible. So Dr. Pitts, let's go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Board President Carson, Superintendent Dr. Pettis, members of the board. I would like to thank the Human Resources Department who's worked with our Finance Department to put a lot of this together, and especially like to thank Sandy Galindo, who has been with our Finance Department for 24 years, and she's my partner in everything that I do. So she's probably going to chime in from time to time if there's some history that we need to ask her some questions about. The first thing that we're going to present is the TASB study. So we had them do a study on both salaries and stipends, and they came back, this was their process. They started off with collecting all the data that we have on our current pay and processes. And then we had several discussions that we talked about them about those salaries, and they asked us many clarifying questions. They gathered market data from what our competitors are paying, and they matched common jobs with our district and with our competitors. And then their last step is to align the structures to be competitive with the market and to adjust employee pay. So that's just a little background of the process that they followed. These were their objectives. Number one, to recruit quality employees to the district. Every year we have a high turnover, especially with teachers. So if we have competitive entry salaries for teachers that are just coming into the profession and competitive pay for experienced employees, then we will have very high quality teachers that can best educate our students. So that's one of the prime objectives of setting these these salaries, to make sure that we're competitive in the market. Retaining employees, every year we lose employees. A lot of that is due to higher salaries that are paid in other districts. So we want to make sure we retain our good quality employees. Pay for job value. They want to avoid underpaying or overpaying based on the position and what they are being paid competitively in other districts. And finally, the last thing is controlled cost. Every district would love to pay their teachers $80,000, $100,000. Every district doesn't have the budget to do that. So they work with us with the budget that we have to be competitive, but also to make sure we stay within budget as well. So these are the things that they use to set the pay structures. First, every pay grade has a minimum that is paid, has a maximum that is paid, and a midpoint, whereas the maximum would be someone that has been working in that same position for 30, 40 years. The minimum would be someone that is just starting off, no years in that profession. The midpoint would be somewhere in the middle. So when they look at our pay structures, they look at aligning all three of these to the market. And then the market value is this little band right in here. We don't want to be the highest, we don't want to be the lowest, but we want to be competitive in the middle. Again, the midpoint is what is used to determine the raises. All raises are based on midpoint. So if you have a teacher that's up here and a teacher that's down here, the midpoint is exactly where that raise takes place, somewhere in the middle. Same thing with our auxiliary, our clerical, and our professional employees. The pay raise is always calculated on the midpoint and is applied the same across job classifications, with some exceptions that we're going to talk about a little bit later on, which is bringing them up to market value. So this was our comparison group. This was determined to be the people that are competing against us for teachers. right now and for other personnel as well too. If you look, even though some have higher enrollment rates, we still compete against these districts for employees. So that's why they aren't included. We believe it's important to be competitive with those districts. So this is where our teachers currently fall. If you notice, the biggest category, 30% of our teachers have 1 to 5 years of experience. We have about 5% that are brand new to the district, brand new to teaching. And then as you can see, it decreases as they gain more years of experience. This is not the case in all districts. A lot of other districts have less teachers that are in the 1 to 5 band and more shifted around. And we've kind of shifted in this direction in the last 3-4 years. We used to have more teachers that were experienced, and this used to be a smaller category. If you look at the new teachers that we're getting, most of the new teachers that we're getting are brand new to the profession. Very few, there's some that have 1 to 5 and then further, but the ones that are attracted to our district right now have very little experience. We're not getting the experienced teachers. So this is a comparison of where our teachers are currently paid to the market. If you notice this year, a beginning teacher made $44,750 this year in KISD. The market of our competitors, you saw our competitors in the previous slide, was $45,330. So we're pretty close as far as new teachers are concerned. At least we were this past year. As we go to 5 years, notice how the gap is larger. And then the biggest gap being at 10 years, over $3,000. And then there's less of a gap as you have more years of experience. So when TASB is looking at aligning the market value, they look at a couple of things. They look at all teachers would get a certain amount, but then the ones that are farthest apart from the market would get an additional amount to bring them closer to the market. Kind of like if you remember 2 years ago with TASB, the teachers in the middle had to be raised up with House Bill 3 to get closer to the minimum. So same thing here. TASB is seeing that still we're pretty competitive here, but here we are lagging behind. So when we get to their recommendations, you're going to see that they have not only a flat amount for all teachers, but additional amounts there in the middle to make us more competitive. So this is where we are right now. At 0 years of experience, we are at 99% of market value. At 5, and this right here, $580 below market value. So not too off. 5 years of experience, we're at 96% of market value. And this is how far we are below the market median. Same thing, notice how the biggest difference is at 10 years of experience, $3,385 below market median. And then it gets a little bit closer there. This is a little bit misleading, this 5,215, that's a function of our teachers with less experience, because if another district has teachers that have 10 years of experience, and we have teachers that have 0 years of experience more on that level, that's a function of that being $5,000 different. It doesn't mean, as you can see at each years of experience, we are nowhere near $5,000. So this is a little bit misleading right there.
So Dr. Pitts, that's not including some of these teachers that aren't getting stipends, correct?
Right, this doesn't include stipends at all. We'll take a look at stipends coming up after.
Only
It's just teaching.
The only factor that goes into that is salary,
Correct,
just salary.
correct. Right, we're not even looking at benefits or anything else right here. This is just base salary.
But I guess my question is, so you look at things as total compensation.
Correct. Yes, I'm going to talk about that a little bit
Okay,
later, yes,
we'll get to it.
when we talk about costs. But you're right, this is just,
Salary.
this is just the salaries right now.
Just out of curiosity, Sandy, you may know, how many years ago was it when you did last TASB?
2018 to 2019.
And these are beginning salaries beginning this school year, not including like some districts that may start raising their beginning.
Right,
This is from the August.
right, we don't, I guess we have an idea of what some other districts are doing, but yes, this is previous, this is not going forward. Okay, so let's look at the other pay groups. The other pay groups besides teachers and librarians are included in the teachers because they're on the teacher pay scale, are lumped into administrative professional, clerical, paraprofessional, auxiliary. So administrative professional, we're talking central office administrators and campus administrators. And then there are a few other positions that are considered professional as well too. When you look at employee pay to market, this is a function of years of experience. So this has to do with us having less experienced employees. This is a direct correlation with the midpoint, which is year to year. So here it's showing that we're at 94% of market for our professionals with similar years of experience. With our clerical, which would be our secretaries and a lot of the staff in this building right here, we're at 93% of market value compared with similar years of experience, and 92% for our auxiliary with similar years of experience. Our auxiliary include, again, transportation, maintenance, custodians, food service. And then again, you can see that they also look at the minimum as well too. They are recommending adjusting the minimum pay rates for paraprofessionals and for auxiliary personnel too, that we'll get to as well. They believe that that's an important point to look at.
Same market group.
Same market group, yes.
Okay.
Oh, except for, I'm sorry. Some of the administrative professional, they had to look more statewide because there weren't as many that participated in the study.
Okay, let me make sure I understand. This is primarily for administrative professional. Let's say that I'm an administrator
Yes.
and I've been an assistant principal for 10 years.
Okay.
Okay. And then I become a principal. Okay. Am I looked at as having 1 year, 0 years of experience as a principal? Am I looking at having 10 years of experience as a principal? Because I've never served in that principal capacity. I've served as an assistant principal.
Usually for administrators, it's looked at as being on the same level, but if you have something completely different, for instance, teachers, every administrator was probably a teacher at one time. And then the experience is looked at as being half in a different role, such as teacher. But if it's administrators, the administrative roles,
So
that's
let's
looked
say
at all
that District
administrators.
A, and I'm the director of dishwashing. Okay, and then I become an assistant superintendent. Am I, as my director of dishwashing time, going to factor into my calculation for pay as an assistant superintendent? Or
Yes.
I realize it's a very loaded question.
Yes, if you're
but-
administrator, all administrative counts 100%. Any other professional like teacher counts 50%.
Require, yeah, that doesn't matter if it's a
Correct.
promotion or up.
Correct.
Okay, I just was curious how that got calculated when we're calculating.
Sandy, have we done it differently in the past at all, or?
No, if it's an administrative role, then it all counts. And the exception is the teacher,
Okay,
where it's
so
considered half credit.
the trick is to get that administrator title. After that,
And then all the years that you are administrator count toward your, how close you are to midpoint.
Now,
Okay.
I do have a simple question. But this is the experience that the employees have, not the experience that he's had with the district.
Correct. That is correct, yes.
and it doesn't really matter what kind of job it is,
It's the category.
just so long as you get the job.
Yes, and the category, whether you're an administrator or whether you're a teacher.
No, I'm talking about, get teacher out of the equation. Teacher doesn't matter. I'm looking at, when we're calculating, pay grade 6, pay grade 7.
Right, how many
pay grade
years were
8.
you an administrator?
How many years? So all that time you spent as an assistant principal counts as if you were been a pay
Yes,
grade
correct.
8 for all that time.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question. It says teachers market salaries, let's go with KISD, 0 years is 44,750. Where are you?
He's on page 7.
I'm on the teachers, not the other paper, the other slide, the slide.
Previous
Page 7.
Okay.
It's talking about local market median, 45,330. What is the increase every year for local market median? Because I feel like, a lot of you, we're obviously in an uphill battle, no matter how many
Right.
times we increase it, because that local market median is gonna go up every 4 years.
It's, if I may, it's not necessarily linear. Some districts will pay more to begin and then not as much as you age over that. Some districts will pay up for years of extent and so it's not always everybody moving in parallel lines. And that's what makes this difficult, because we have gone through in the past and we have bumped to try to get into the median category, but then the very next year, one of the locals will jump something up and we don't, and we've actually had situations, not in a long time, but we had a couple of outliers that were really more poorly classified than there were anything else that were outside their range completely, that we had to bring.
I'm looking at the 2018 Driscoll approved salary increases. And it says, according to the presentation, Driscoll ISD salary for starting teachers between 0 and 5 years experience were set about 35.5, which was nearly 5.5 below the local market median of 41K per year. I'm pretty sure it's gone up a little bit since then, especially since HB3. I'm just wondering how long are we gonna fight this constant battle of.
See, and Driscoll's not even in our,
It's not even in our thing.
in our.
I mean, I can honestly take out about 4 schools out of here. Why would we care what they pay?
I kind of agree, but.
So, according to what Mr. Kufal said, a lot of times it depends on legislation too, because House Bill 3, everybody saw a big jump because they had to. And then last year, because of COVID, people, didn't increase as much. So it's hard to say. Sometimes you can do a waiting game, I guess, and see what other districts are going to adopt. But I think KISD, they're the experts, and they did the study, and they have recommendations as far as what we need to do going forward to be competitive. And every year they make additional recommendations. They have something that they call a maintenance every year where we can go, and they do it every year with a much smaller fee, and they make sure we're still competitive with districts. Because you're right, they're changing every year, and we want to remain competitive with them.
When you see the 40 comparable schools that we're compared to also every year, you look at them and you think, from the state of Texas, according to the accountability system, you could see and you'd be wondering, gosh, I can't believe we're compared to like this school or whatever, but it's because of the demographics. It's within a range of the population.
I'm just wondering how many of our teachers actually leave, and if they leave, where do they go? I'm assuming Bishop, Ricardo, Rivera, not Corpus Christi,
Santa
not
Cruz as
San
well.
Antonio.
And then the other one's Jubilee. Those are the biggest ones.
But we've seen others recently. GP is attracting, and they're kind of an anomaly.
They have a huge tax base too.
Right, and
Yeah,
that,
we can't.
so that was something that was probably not predicted 10, 15, 20 years ago, that GP would have that much power to encourage people, but that's, I mean, they have the monies. They can do it.
So TASB finished their study and they came back with 3 recommendations. The first one is to align our structures closer to market. The first thing, stronger starting salaries. Some of the salaries that are very low for our auxiliary or clerical. They're recommending raising the minimum for those. And then moving the midpoints toward alignment with the market as well too. Midpoints are important because that's how pay raises are calculated within a pay grade. It is usually a certain percentage of whatever that midpoint is. So if we move our midpoints higher, then if we were doing a certain percentage, then that will be a higher pay rate for everybody in that pay group with the midpoint moving higher. So that's the first thing, to work on increasing our minimums and increasing our midpoints toward market value. The second recommendation that they have is to do, with our current budget, they're recommending either a 2% or 3% increase on the new increased midpoint for all job categories. With teachers, that corresponds to about a 1,100 for 2% or 1,650 for 3%. For KISD, our recommendation to stay on track with some of those districts that are increasing, we want to make sure we retain and attract teachers, is to go even a little bit above the TASB recommendation, $2,000. That's more than we've really done for every teacher in a long time. I don't know how far going back, but for all teachers, and then we're going to talk about the ones in the middle in just a second.
We've had 1,000, 1,250, 1,500,
Okay.
but 2,000.
This is the most we've ever done in recent history that we're recommending. We're also recommending the 3% for all other job groups and to continue with the benefits. The one thing that's important to mention that's not always talked about is that we really offer more on the benefit side than anybody else. They cannot compete with this health insurance. Most districts are offering about half as much in health insurance as we are. So that's like another, you would say, what, another 2,400 in addition.
Half as much. That's what's coming out of the district's coffers.
Right.
How much is coming out of the employees' pocket? Because
Well,
if they've got state insurance, they got TEA insurance.
oh, you're right about that because they're paying more than they would pay for Kings here for our self-insured plan too.
When
So
we
you're
did
right.
the study years
You're
ago, we were substantially more generous, substantially more than any of the other.
Absolutely.
Because as an employee, I could care less how much you're paying an employer. I care about how much I'm paying.
And,
Right.
and what they don't see is what these competing school districts that are listed up there, how much of that
Right.
has to come out of their salary.
I mean, I can be an
To get
employee,
this.
I can be a KISD employee, and my insurance costs out of my pocket is zero.
Right.
Oh, you're right. Right.
But I can't do that with TEA anywhere.
Right.
And and I'm sorry, but that comes down to the bottom line. I mean, yeah, okay, fine. You pay me $2,000 a year less, but I save $4,000 on insurance.
Right. Exactly.
That's not factored into the TASB numbers.
That's correct. That is correct.
And that's,
Yes.
that's the, and it's
That's why we have
hard,
to stress that part.
and it's hard to get employees to understand that.
Right.
I mean, one way to make it equal, I wouldn't recommend it, is to make all of our benefits equal, but the problem that you have with that is some of our employees really, especially our lowest paid employees, get it just for the insurance, and because we pay so well in insurance, and then they would have to take it out of their salary, so.
I'm not proposing changing
Yeah,
the insurance.
right,
All I'm saying is, if our insurance program is a $2,000, $3,000 a year benefit,
Above what the others are,
above what
right?
the other ones are, then
Then
I don't feel so bad being at the 95
Right.
percentile on competitive
Right.
salary because you're still ahead.
When you look at total compensation. you're
So that's why I
right.
said total compensation
Dollars
versus.
in my pocket.
Well, you saw the TASBO study said that we were 2% above even in total compensation already because of all the benefits that we paid.
So again, it's those are the things that I'm looking at.
And it's just important that we communicate that, to explain it as clearly as possible. That, you know, if we decide to go for a $2,000 increase per teacher, reminding them that we're also paying a lot more towards their insurance, and they're getting the benefits, more benefits for sure. than some competing
It's like,
districts.
because not only are we paying more, but they're paying less.
Right.
Yes, they're paying.
And that's the
less.
real
They're
fact.
paying-
That's the real savings is that they're paying less.
Yes,
And
yes.
I don't know, when we do start looking at insurance, I don't know how much longer that can continue. You know, that's gonna be the real challenge.
Right.
For this and future boards, is that it's, I mean, it's almost unrealistic, the amount that we pay compared to other districts. I mean, it was double or.
Yes, you're right, it is.
And honestly, it's been that way for the last 2 years.
Yes, it has.
Right, so that would be
There's
hard
not been an
to-
insurance, in fact, there's been an increase in insurance benefits to our employees over the last 3 years.
Right.
At
So-
zero cost to them.
Yes.
With our budget challenges, it's really difficult to remain competitive with salaries when we are contributing so much more than other districts are in not only insurance, but again, these are all free to employees, not free to the district, but telemedicine, $50,000 life insurance, employee assistance program, and then with our employees that are uninsured, $100,000 life and $50 a month ancillary credit to, vision, dental, or whatever they wish. So it's hard to remain competitive when we're doing all that as well too.
Has anybody put out feelers to local taxpayers of Kingsville about their feelings of increasing salaries more than just in alignment of schools to try to save money?
Well, that's gonna be your biggest thing, just. They're gonna be like, really?
And yeah, because of the savings that we were able to do, that is part of how we're able to even pay for this, to consider this for our teachers and staff.
So that's her second recommendation, and then there's their third recommendation. So additional adjustments to address market differences and maintain equity. So just for instance, going back to teachers. So not only are they recommending, are we recommending a flat $2,000, but then additional adjustments for where we are below market pay. And this is just an illustration with teachers, but they're also recommending all different job categories. The ones that after they do the 3%, that they have the additional adjustments to close those gaps in the years where we're significantly below and in the job classes where we're significantly below. So that's their third prong of their recommendation. And then, of course, the biggest question is, how much is this going to cost us? So, so they're adjusting the minimums and then bringing people to the new minimums. Teacher career pathways. A lot of our teachers, not a lot, but some of them move into pathways as far as counseling, as far as being a diagnostician. And they're they want to ensure that those pathways are paid more than what you would be as a teacher because they've advanced in their career. So they look at that as well. And then finally, the strategic adjustments are after all the pay grades have been adjusted in the midpoints, and then after that 3% or $2,000 for teachers, after all of that, if there's areas where they're still way below market, they're looking at getting those closer to market value as well too. So that's their three-pronged approach to getting us in line with market value. So how much would it cost us if we did 2%? A 2% increase across the board, $1,100 for teachers across the board would cost us $620,000, with also them doing those strategic adjustments as well after they've done that. And you can see the breakdown, how much it would be for each different group. It shows the regular pay increase and then those strategic adjustments after that as well. It'd be $305,000 for teachers, and I won't read through there, but you can see the total. So when we look at the total amount, it'd be $620,000 for that 2% model. That, let me point out that is just the base pay. Stipends we're gonna look at afterwards. It doesn't include benefits. Benefits overall, we're looking at 10% in addition. Because Health insurance isn't gonna change, that we contribute 5,748, that doesn't change with us, we're still gonna contribute the same amount, but we're talking basically workers' comp, we're talking TRS, we're talking Medicare, all of those
Percentage
things.
based on pay.
Say that?
It's based on their pay.
Exactly, those are a percentage, approximately 10% of that, so we're looking at, maybe 62,000 more dollars than that with the benefits. So the 3%. The 3% model, $810,000. Now, if we were to do the 3% model includes a 1,650 for teachers. If we were to do the 2,000 for teachers, that's an additional $67,000 on top of that, approximately. This would be the recommendation that we believe is best for our district to remain competitive with the teacher salaries and to make sure that our employees that are being paid close to the minimum, they're brought up to the minimum. And then also our other positions that are percentage wise, we believe that, like last year, we did a 0% for all professional staff. We did a $1,000 for teachers, and then we did 1% for our clerical and auxiliary. So last year was the bare minimum because we knew we were strapped because of COVID. We believe that this year we can support this for a couple of reasons. Number one, the district consolidation. Number two, we are gonna get some extra monies in ESSER 3 over the next 3 years, which are going to absorb some of our other costs for learning loss, and they can actually be used for salaries as well, too. At this time, I'll take any of your questions.
I want to say this as diplomatically as I possibly can. It's probably not going to come out well. Teachers is easy. Auxiliary staff is easy. But when you get to the administrative level, at what time of the year was the list given to TASB? Because we have created or added some administrative positions that may or may not be comparable to other districts. And I have a hard time in Kingsville, Texas. I'll go both ways. Number one, I understand we need to be here and we're not. We're way back here. And I understand that these people are necessary, and I believe that there's good things to happen. But we have a history of creating positions that never, ever go away. And if we get to a point where we are functioning as a district as we should be, it's possible some of these positions or pay grades may or may not need to go away. And I have a hard time perpetuating some of these levels, the dollars at the highest level in Kingsville, Texas. I mean, we saw the pushback we got from the town hall meeting. And I'm not saying I'm for it or against it, but the taxpayers are going to have a hard time understanding how we brought in people at this level when none existed. And now we're ratcheting it up based on, Cal Allen, Corpus, Flower Bluff, and GP, who really aren't comparable to us. At a teacher level, but probably are very, very comparable to us or competitive with us at that administrative level. So I don't know that there's an easy way to say all three of these categories should be entitled to the same percent of increase.
In the past, we have given a different percent to clerical auxiliary than we have professionals, and that is the board's prerogative.
Well, I have a problem with the total amount that we're looking to increase, and the fact that that's nearly a third of what we're expecting to get from ESER three, and it ends in 3 years. So what happens in 3 years? Do we go back to the original? I mean, we have no way to sustain this kind of salary.
One thing that TASB did not take into consideration was attrition in positions. And right now, I believe we have, is it 23 positions that?
The chart I showed last week covers 23 positions, and y'all were gonna come up with an estimate about how much that was.
Right, depending on what those positions are, if you're talking teachers, you're talking close to 50,000 plus, but then once you do all the benefits, you're talking closer to 63, 64,000 for any one teacher. If you're talking auxiliary or clerical, you're probably talking half of that. So 23 positions, if they were all teachers, that'd be close to $750,000.
And these are all going away
These are, yeah,
through
it's
the attrition.
through attrition because of the consolidation.
But the killer of this is that if everything we're doing really does work, and we start getting our kids back, then we've got additional income, and the pressure on us is gonna be to say, well, we need more teachers, and we're gonna have to really max out some areas that have not perhaps been maxed out in the past. We're gonna have to look very closely at that.
We really need to look at our ratios going forward across all job classifications, not just teachers, but aides. And that even goes to the auxiliary as well too. When you have less buildings, you need less auxiliary personnel to care for those buildings. So we really need to approve ratios going forward so that as we reduce staff through attrition, we know what level to reduce it to, and we don't try to keep that extra staff that you were talking about, Mr. Kuzma.
And that, I think that's something that has been in the past, you're correct, Dr. Fitz, because we still thought we're at the 4,000 or 5,000, and we never came down and we could staff. We stayed there the whole time, and that's why we're in a situation where we never came down, we stayed right there, we're staying right there. And again, I think you're correct, I mean, I think those ratios need to come in and find out, because do we really need those people, which, whatever it may be.
I thought we've done that already.
No, sir.
The 23 that were, yes, the 23 that we froze.
Yeah, but we never adjusted.
But we never adjusted prior.
Oh, no, that was not prior.
Correct.
It is being adjusted going forward.
Right.
Well, I'm confused. You started off the meeting saying that you have a high turnover at KISD, but a couple meetings ago, we were told that we have had a low turnover in the last few years. So
Thought it was like about 36, wasn't it like about 36? I thought we had that number.
So the teachers are always the highest turnover. We've averaged anywhere from 20 to 25% in some years. With COVID, it was a lot less. It was, I believe, closer to 12. With our auxiliary staff, those don't have as high turnover rate. Those are generally employees that have stayed with the district for many years and probably will stay with the district for many years. So that's going to be harder to get the attrition rates with the auxiliary staff. So it's going to be up to us to repurpose those employees so that we can make sure that they're most benefiting the district if we have them doubled up in here.
But there's the magic word. Doubled up in an area. You say doubled up to me, it means you got one too many.
And y'all have those charts, remember?
Yeah, that's very good.
Uh-huh.
That makes it painfully clear.
With all those that we've frozen also?
But who have you frozen?
It says frozen. but
Yeah, I
it's
know.
not
but
each-
If the argument
These
is
were not hired for them.
it's hard to find teachers,
Yes.
that's one category. Is it hard to find administrators?
Yes. Yes.
You brought in a ton of them.
I'm talking about assistant principals, that type of level. And, I mean, I'm not trying to,
I understand, it's just,
I've been able to bring a lot of them. I'm not saying every superintendent would have been able to do that.
and I'm not saying they could either, but in our case, at this moment, you have.
Yes.
But paras, and I mean, not paras, but, yeah, clerical paras, auxiliary, we're in an excess capacity. Normally, that's not the business model for giving raises, it's when you're in excess, when you're in an attrition pattern. Am I wrong?
Do you
I mean,
have a
I'm just
list?
saying, that's the hard, it's just the hard reality of
How
budgeting.
many excess of the clerical, because I thought we reduced it quite a bit, because we reassigned to people who left, and then we're putting them in those places. So,
Again, I think the biggest thing again is, it's how will we do it. Well, again, keep in mind, this is a FASB recommendation, never meant to go in.
Right.
What I think we also understand is, with all these consolidations, now you want to do what's going on. That's my opinion.
And I think telling the public, yeah, if we wouldn't have done it, there's no way we could have done this. There's no way we could have even thought about teacher raises, but I know that was being asked pretty much throughout the year of us, are the teachers gonna get a raise? And it was like, man, I can't even think that because of the deficit we're in. So now, because of the cost savings and all these different things we've been able to do to make sure our budget is healthier, okay, now we can look at something, but let's have TASB first do a study to see if it's even feasible, what's fair, the market value, let's see how many people we are losing to other districts. And it has been painfully clear about when we've asked them, so what is your decision for leaving? Most of it is, I'll make more money.
That's my problem. I think we can make it a problem. And, give teachers, a pay raise so that we can retain. And in order to do that, we've got to be competitive with our districts in the area.
If
Because
you
if
look,
not, they are gonna go 5 miles down the 77 to Bishop and make a lot more.
well, what is their pay next?
45 miles, they're not.
Where,
And one of the, the dichotomy that we have here is a couple of things. We're in weird times. We've gone public saying we had all this excess capacity, not only physical, but employed.
Yeah.
We had classes that had 10, 15.
Yeah.
And so what we're really saying is, teachers, you've been overpaid for a couple of years, but we're gonna increase it. Now that we're bringing you up to a standard, which is the norm for the rest of the world, that we're gonna give you an increase. Now, we've had a COVID year where we have no earthly idea what kind of academic progress we've made. We know it's not much, if any, and probably going behind. And the tough part of that is the accountability, and I know we can't tie, you get this score and you get this, and we can't do that, and I'm not proposing that we do that. But from a philosophical standpoint, we've been through strange years. There's a population out there that believes, oh, well, teachers, but they just stayed home, they didn't do anything. I don't buy that. And I know that this was much, much more difficult, and we threw out some money and compensated some people for that. It's just, I understand the need to attract good people. I get that. I understand the need to retain employees to an extent. Not all turnover is bad. It just is a vicious cycle that we're in here, and the longer we wait to move into alignment, the more expensive it gets. So personally, I see what they're saying, I see what y'all are saying. I probably end up somewhere in the middle between the two of those, personally. And
Yeah, that's why we want to bring you.
And we've got, you're right, Mr. Gulon, I think we've got ample time to make a decision or have another workshop. Or again, this whole model that TASB has brought forward to us.
Is there any way to get actual pay scales from Bishop, Gratuitous?
are you talking about for this current upcoming
This
year?
is how I feel. I love taking for our teachers, those are good. But I just don't see a teacher moving to 2 hours away from here to take the job that pays $5,000 more. It costs more to move that far than it would be to get your raise for a year.
Yeah, if we're talking, it's maybe the new teachers that are just getting out of college, TAMU CC, TAMU K, where they have, okay, do I go over here, do I go over here? Those are kind of what we're seeing the trends, but
I have a lot lot of those. apparently,
Yeah, we are
because
getting those.
No teachers. I want to keep our meters.
Isn't this where we ought to be talking about merit raises?
Can't.
Can't get married. Unfortunately, right, Mr. Maddox, am I correct?
Okay, because we do it for you first.
Yeah.
We've thrown that around a couple of times prior as some merit raises, but we were shut down real quick.
Well, the teacher incentive allotment is coming down the pike, and that's gonna be another thing for us to really have to compete with.
Because I know Bishop is doing
Yes.
I mean, it's tough. I feel
Of
it.
course.
I really do. And I
it.
don't,
But
wanna-
education's a tough job.
I don't want you to feel like we're beating beating on you. It's just that.
If you look at the total increase, the biggest amount, half the amount is for our teachers.
Yeah.
And again, it is hard to, if you're gonna have a quality educational program, you're gonna need to attract good teachers. And again, our recommendation is that we're competitive. And again, if you look at the previous slide, let me go back a couple.
I do want to add, it is a tough discussion. We didn't do TASB study the last 2 years. House Bill 3, so basically we did minimal.
Right.
House Bill 3 came back and said, look, this is what you're doing. We're giving you this, but this is what's happening. So it is sensitive, but the longer that we delay and we widen that gap, another cycle's gonna come
Yep.
and they're gonna force us and, hold us hostage to it without us continuing to follow some type of model.
What
Some
cycle
type
are we
of-
worried about? What block are we worried
Getting
about?
for.
No, no, what block of employees are we worried about?
The
Well,
ones in the middle.
in the teacher,
In the middle.
it's right, the 10 to, it was
Okay.
like the 10 to the
That's right.
15.
So we
So-
can not only categorize it by teacher, para, professional grade. We can identify teacher and within teacher, a specific section of.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we put our resources where our biggest target is?
But for the teacher skill doesn't work that way.
I mean, it's hard because just because you pour more dollars at it, does that mean you actually attract more
Right.
people? Because and salary is important, but that's not the only reason people change districts at all. The hardest thing, and it's not just in education, it's in any business. Do you pay someone for the job they've done, or do you pay somebody for the job you hope they do?
There you're answering. And I guess again, like I said, it boils down to those teachers that are in that pay grade. But again, the most important thing is that we gotta continue to stay focused financially. Most importantly, we gotta become data driven. And I think that's the biggest thing in this community is looking at where are you academically? And that's the hard part to pitch. I'm not saying we're not. All I'm saying that is the biggest thing is how do you justify going this route when you're still this? Well, we have to come up to speed. But again, we can debate this all day long, I think, all night. Again, is there any more questions so we can move on? We got a lengthy deal.
And again, there's not gonna be much more that we can bring you as far as additional information or recommendations. We have to make a decision on basically what we're gonna increase teachers, what we're gonna then increase, what percentage we're gonna increase each of these job classes. Last year, we did teachers 1,000, we did professionals 0, we did auxiliary and clerical 1%. So it was very minimal last year. We believe we can sustain the 3% because again, we'll be saving probably $500,000 to $750,000 here through attrition. That can be sustainable. Again, you can adopt a different percentage for those different categories as well
Reach that
too.
500,000 through attrition as of right now, or we roll the dice?
No, as of right now with those 23 positions, as of right now.
We
Okay.
have a chart in here that takes teachers by the medium and I don't know, us and what the market median. Do we have a similar chart anywhere? Did they provide you one for the other two categories? Because that's what I'd be interested in seeing.
Okay,
And in this chart, that chart right there,
Yes.
isn't the real objective just to straighten out the orange line?
yes, not only to
Make it a
straighten
straight
it out, but to get it closer to the blue
Yeah,
line.
if we make a straight line, we make it closer to the blue line.
You want
Yes.
railroad tracks.
Yes, that's what they're gonna do with the targeted adjustments.
So there's very little we need to do at the far left end of that chart.
True, but as Ms. Ramos was saying, every year the other districts are increasing every one of these going across the
Because just
board.
as we move our line, they're all gonna move their line. And so.
But the way you straighten that line is to make a bigger pay increase in the middle, a lesser pay
So it
increase
tracks
at the
students.
end,
Yes.
There's your $1 million ads.
and there's your straight. There's,
Right.
that's how you get straight. But across the board is across the board. That's gotta be, I would
No,
assume that's
because-
more expensive.
No, because the middle group will be receiving a little bit more.
The middle
Right,
group
but
will be
the adjustments.
receiving more, yes.
But it straightens the line, which is what we say we wanna do.
Right.
I don't want to belabor the point. So this is where we are moving forward. We have a choice. We were slated to next week on Tuesday on the budget calendar to approve compensation and stipends. I don't know if we're there. We can go through stipends and see where we are. If not, then we need to have another workshop or two, and then we need to approve in July. But to be honest, I don't know what else more we'll accomplish there.
I would like to have a pay scale from our surrounding, if you just like draw a circle around Kingsville and get those pay scales, I feel a whole lot more comfortable knowing exactly what our neighbors get paid every year.
Are we,
For
so
how
we're
many years?
basically, we're talking this year what they're paid, because we don't necessarily have everyone's for next year.
That's great. I was gonna say, we have, I
If they've
feel
already
like
approved it,
a
we
lot
can
of
see what
our-
we can get.
It's not gonna happen. So, Lori, it's, I mean, it's almost to take this list and take those four in the middle glaring examples out, Cal Allen, Corpus, Flower Bluff, and Gregory Ford. And I think you get a clear picture.
And if you take those out, I'll bet you
Average of.
that line looks a lot closer together than it does right now.
And
So-
the other thing I want to see is where are we in terms of the administrative and the paras graphically?
Okay, so we do have this option. We have scheduled a board meeting next Tuesday at 5:30. We could do one of two things. We could have an earlier budget workshop where we present those things, or we could even have a budget workshop next Monday as well too, where we bring these things to you as well too. And then, this is the first part of the budget that we need to get past. It's the biggest part of the budget before we can move on to all the rest of the budget, because there's a lot of other things that we need to consider as
And
well.
keep in mind, we only have one meeting in July, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, so
But not saying we can't call it special, because this would qualify, am I correct, Mr. Maddox, to have a special meeting, but,
We
again,
have this special meeting at 5:30.
I don't want anybody, I know 5 o'clock is difficult for a lot of people, it really
so
is.
next Monday at 5:30 then, and we'll bring back some of those things
Everybody-
that you asked about.
Everybody okay with that?
Back 2 nights in a row is a little tough. What does your agenda look like next Tuesday?
I don't think it's gonna be long here. We're gonna approve the second reading of the
Grading guidelines.
grading guidelines, and, we may have, again, I don't know how
MOU of something.
Uh,
Second reading.
we may have a recommendation from administration for the, AP,
And assistant principal, yeah.
and maybe,
We're not gonna have like any kids that we have.
no, sir,
No.
it's done, unfortunately, they're gone.
It could be that
It's done.
we could have a workshop in the middle of that meeting.
I wouldn't have, if anybody's got a problem, we'll definitely get done.
But we can have a meeting on Monday.
When we have the workshop earlier, Mr. Maddox, before the meeting?
And typically we try to break this to apart for the budget workshops. We can, logistically, we can do it. The agenda will just be broken up in such a way. We'll work on the agenda to make it.
But, and I do agree, two and 1 day stuff.
And we also.
2 in 1 day or 2 days in a row?
No, 2 in 1 day.
2 and 1 day.
So we prefer to have it next Monday then? at
No,
5:30?
I think we're gonna stay with the Tuesdays that we have. Because I think we've come to a consensus that Mondays are tough for a lot of the members because they've had, that's why we went to Tuesdays.
Right.
And that will also give us time for you to get some of the information some of our trustees have asked for to go over.
So Monday at 5 o'clock?
No, it's Tuesday, so we're not doing Monday, you've already asked.
Tuesday at 5.
Tuesday at 5:30.
You're also
Mr. Pitts, specifically,
Saturday.
Part of it on the board. It's called volunteering.
And that's fine, but gives us a chance to.
Oh, okay, that's your leg.
Mr. specifically too,
We'll email it.
on that orange blue chart you just had up. I think we do have to look at it from a total compensation perspective and not just pay. Because it's dollars to us either way.
Right,
But
And I think at the bottom of the pay scale, we're probably above the line.
I tend to agree, but when you're at a job fair, or you're on the website, or you're looking for what's the starting, or what's the average, or whatever, that conversation is hard to have. And you're not gonna attract a new college graduate with, yeah, our pay is a little lower, but look at what these, great, how much we contribute to that, because they haven't considered that. And that's where we've, to some extent, shot ourselves in the foot.
Here's the average rent in Kingsville, and here's the average rent.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm
Here's the
saying.
math,
There's
kids.
a
You're a
lot-
college graduate.
There's a lot of factors other than just base pay that goes into play here. But it's also, I mean, it's almost like we need to pay a premium because, hey, I'm in that district.
well, it is harder to attract good employees to Kingsville because we're kind of an island.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think also too, you're correct, but I think the partnership that we have now with the university is an asset because again, we have, the buyer again, I know the past is the past, but I think that we're on the right track as far as through the education over there and Dr. Pitts's, the collaboration she has with them is gonna actually help us bring in some of these really good student teachers that are looking for a first-time job.
You throw money at problems and solve it, but you don't have to throw too much money at a problem and solve it.
And I agree.
There is a right amount of
And
money.
that's why we're showing you a couple of different recommendations.
I really-
Put it all out there.
And we could even do 1% again. If we needed to, just, again, these are all recommendations from KISD.
Your budget's in Excel, isn't it?
It's a little more complicated than that.
And like I said, prior we've done before where we give it 1.5%, we give this group 1.5, and 2, we've done that in the prior, which is very doable, again, it all depends on motion. But just giving you options of what can happen and what has happened. Any other questions when it comes to the, what was it called, Dr. Pitts, the models?
TASB stuff.
TASB study, any other things? So we've come to, that we will have a budget workshop again prior to next week on Tuesday, I believe at 5:30, and then proceeding to go to a meeting, correct? Thank you. All right, Dr. Pitts, academic stipends 2021, 2022.
So there's a few big driving factors in our stipends for next year. One is that we've consolidated schools and a big part of our stipend is UIL stipends. So when you have 5 schools instead of 7 schools, you're gonna have quite a few less UIL stipends, which we're gonna look at specifically in a little bit. Another factor is that we are transitioning to an ESL program as well too, with ESL stipends. Those are 2 of the big factors that if you look at just going by what we paid last year, if we kept everything the same, but we didn't include all the ones from the reconsolidation, we'll save $115,000 in academic stipends, just by the fact that we are not paying a lot of stipends. We're not paying department heads for 7 schools. We're not paying UIL stipends for all the schools. So just by reconsolidating, we're saving about $115,000. If we did nothing else, if we kept everything else the same, we'd save $115,000 by keeping the value of every stipend exactly the same as last year.
So is this something you all as administration, everybody are gonna propose this? Or is it too, is it is what it is, what you, are we gonna go with what are you gonna be proposing to the board come next week?
Well, there's 2 different options. One is what we currently have, and we could stick with what we currently have to see what the reconciliation does with all the academic stipends and the job responsibilities, because a lot of these, again, align with teachers. Or the other option is to go, TASB had a recommendation where they had a few changes, not a lot, but a few. But if you notice at the bottom, the difference is pretty much the same. Either saving $115,000 or saving $111,000.
I'm mouse confusion.
Sorry about that.
Down here, we have $556,200.
This is what we paid last year.
Okay.
With
For-
7
for-
campers.
No.
You're right. Okay, let me go back. You're right.
Alright, so
That's what we
what
budgeted.
What was
Okay.
actually spent from that?
So we can look
If I
at,
added all of that up, that's $439,750, those max stipend, whatever stipend.
so moving down, we paid,
You're gonna make a 10%.
Like $100,000 off, you know?
well, we paid everything except for, we didn't pay all the commercial driver's license. How many did we have, Mike, that had their CDLs and for you guys?
10?
Okay.
So what we spend is even lower than $439,750.
No, because we spent,
More somewhere else?
well, we spent in department heads, we paid for every department head.
So what was the final numbers, what Ms. Ramos wants to know? What we paid out?
That's something that I'll have to get for you for, I'll get for you so you can look at it over the weekend. So you can have it
Because
ready.
I'm looking at the stipend for 21 and 22, and the total is 450,000. That's for we technically didn't save anything.
Well, we are saving for sure in the UIL. We're gonna have a lot less. So we can get exactly how much we paid in UIL stipends this year. We can get exactly how much we paid in, well, basically all these others, we paid them all the way down.
If I get paid, we didn't do anything?
That I'll be
No, that's a
doing.
question that's always asked.
Exactly, so it's, well, the only concern that I have, and I know we've gone round and round as a board prior, is CDLs. The more and more I think about it, I have a problem with our coaches driving to events. No offense, no missing in that way. They do it one time or sport times out of the whole year. I mean, where everybody else usually has a bus driver, they taught all day long, they've been in class all day long. They had a rough game they're in. I'll give you an example. When we drove to La Gruya, which is 2.5 hours down the back road, the liability issue is what concerns me.
I think it was last year they had an issue with actually getting bus drivers.
What I've been told was that, again, is they're all dying to try to make some extra cash. But again, that's what I heard. I don't know what it is, but the biggest concern I have for the upcoming year, and again, it's not my call, is a lot of our coaches having to put themselves in driving because of the liability. I don't care if they're going to West Oso, I don't care if they're going to Timbuktu. If something happens with that bus, unfortunately, I know they take a class, but if you think about it, they drive 5-6 times out of the year, if that. Am I correct, coach, to say that? And it concerns me, the liability issue. And no offense, Ben, I know you only go to a couple, but I know you all have drivers, correct?
No.
You actually have a driver, you literally, your band directors drive the bus?
No.
That's what I'm saying, correct, right, Mr. President?
No.
And again, I'm not saying, right, I'm not trying to single out anybody, I'm just saying, let's be fair and equitable, but what concerns me is the liability that we're putting on this district.
Does anybody know, are there districts that do a per trip as opposed to a flat stipend?
We do a per trip.
Just pay like a bus driver.
That's usually what it is, about,
We do a per trip, but it's a flat, we can go to Corpus, we can go to Bishop, or we can go to La Gruya, and we get paid the same.
again, I'm just concerned, the
And
liability.
coaches, Mr. Garza, we do drive during football, but I drove every baseball trip. I drove every, and then we help out with other sports that need, because if we drive, it's a little less on
And I think my
dollars.
concern is, and I don't know if it happened on your watch, but I know I've seen it many times. where Rick writes, go cover so-and-so's class because he's got to drive for a
Correct.
softball game.
This is just.
He's not the softball coach. What the heck's he covering for the softball
We
game?
were paying,
$500 to get a
and
license,
people
not
that
to
have,
buy.
you know, and
But
people
you
that have.
had one in last year, then you shouldn't get paid the $500 every year after because we paid you to go get the license.
No, it wasn't. That could come up, but it was, you got the certification, we're going to compensate you. That's how it worked.
Oh, I was hearing in that meeting, I'll pay you to go get your license.
If
once you
the
get
500 is there, you use that if you want to do it.
Yeah.
But the more and more I think we dig that, it's a liability.
I'll pay you to go get a license,
No.
not pay you a
We'll
stipend.
pay for the license. We'll pay for you to get it, but we're not paying you to get it.
Coach Davila, what do other districts do? Do they have coaches that drive?
Yes.
You don't want that answer because I'm gonna tell you the truth is they have drivers and they just show up.
Not when I was at West Ozo, we had.
I can tell you the
we had
valley
to
does
get
it
our
all day
coaches-
long.
We had to get our
The
coaches
guy
to
does
do
it
it.
all day long.
We had to get our coaches to do it. When I was at Ray, we had to get our coaches to do it too, because there was a shortage of drivers.
When
But
the
again,
motivation for the whole thing, man, was back 2-3 years ago when it started was,
We didn't have
we
enough.
didn't have enough drivers to take the kids home after school because the football team had to leave at 4 o'clock to be at the game by 6:30 to start warming up. That was the real issue, was you had everybody needing the bus at the same time. So the idea was,
Technically, we take 2 buses, 2 or 3 max, correct? Usually max.
Well-
But then the van, but again,
you
that's
take it 5 or 6,
right,
right?
that's what I'm saying, but I'm just saying, my biggest concern, and again, I said, I know why we put this in there because we were short drivers, so we were encouraging them to come.
I figured. it was
So, but
going
again,
right.
going forward, again, just my deal, is I have a concern with our coaches and who, driving buses, not that they can't, it's a liability to me.
Because it's also, I mean, that's a great point, but the fact is, we get drivers, the only problem we got with that is we'd have to wait on routes, and we're short on routes, then we'll be late till where we're getting to.
How often do they look at UIL realignment? We are in such a screwball.
Every 2 years.
God,
Next year will
So
come.
this next year will be a realignment year.
God.
But if you think about it, we go 5 games out, district, so it's usually 2 here, 3 there, next flip flop, 3 there, 2 here.
But that's just one sport. Basketball, that's, it's you 5 times, because you
Went
go
twice.
home and away, home and away.
So twice the real good.
Baseball,
I have
same
a
thing.
question on this chart. Stipends on the core nonsense. What is that? What do y'all use it for, $500?
So that is,
For the year,
yes,
Is it the district or?
yes.
with in-district mileage for those employees that drive from campus to campus.
So once they exceed the 500, that's it?
Right,
Can't build
right, they don't
So
get
they
paid
keep
more, right?
like a log and they submit their
No,
miles?
doesn't just show up in that.
The log is for employees that are not professionals. We do have them keep a log because they're, not only are they paid hourly, but we actually pay them the number of miles that they drive. 56 cents a mile is the current rate,
I see they get
So
a,
the
a lot less
professionals just get a $500 stipend
just a flat rate, yes.
for the year.
and then they don't claim mileage.
Right, they don't claim mileage.
Is there, one thing's caught my eye here. was-
Now, if they
No,
go
can
out of
claim
town,
They
that's,
can claim miles to go to service.
Out
center.
of town.
yeah, out of town
Out of
is
town.
different. We're
So they
talking
went to service
in-town.
center, they claim.
Why is there such a significant difference between, I'm looking at the task recommendation.
Okay,
Between a high school UIL event, a middle school UIL event, and an elementary UIL event?
that's a good question. So we have traditionally paid $600 per event across the board. Their study shows that market-wise, they pay more at high school and middle school, and the responsibilities are more. For all of UIL, I think in the past, we have not been very clear on what the expectations and responsibilities are, and I think it needs to be well defined so that we make sure that those that are being paid more, if we would decide to go to something like that, that is increased responsibilities, increased time of year, increased hours, really.
So let me ask you the $1 million question. Even though these employees have signed contracts, are you telling us as a board that we have to approve these regardless?
The stipends?
Yes.
No, stipends are not,
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, because I know we were earlier.
stipends are not really guaranteed to
Thank you.
employees.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts.
So all these stipends like the UIL events and all, do y'all have addendums to the contract or how do y'all justify those stipends? Are they like job descriptions or?
No, they're not, they're not part of the regular job description. The job description would,
Like
like,
an addendum could be for the after hours.
whenever they're paid for a stipend, it's usually additional duties that are delineated somewhere else, not in their original job description.
No, I understand, but like, say for instance, I know we do it, like their teacher's gonna work tutoring at the school. Or Saturday camps or whatever. Well, we have an addendum that they sign saying what their responsibilities are, from what time to what time.
Yes, we have had contracts that, for additional duty that show what they're doing, what their duties are, and how much they're gonna be paid for.
So for example, a UIL event would be, and we're talking about adding to some of these, providing students with adequate practice opportunities, 1 a week minimum, provide students with appropriate practice materials, communicate UIL information to students, parents, and staff. This is what you're talking about, like some of the job description or
And
some of
that's
the
expectations.
expectations. Yes,
They need to sign off and collect student sign-in sheets.
right.
You go.
Just to be able to, like a paper trail and just to make sure that.
Because for extra duty, we do that. For tutoring, the kids have to sign in on the dates of their.
That's always, good. Some of these elementary schools, since we have more of those campuses, are there UIL events being held at one campus that aren't at another?
They all have the same opportunity to participate, but it just depends on the number of students who are interested in some of the events.
Great.
So if an elementary elementary campuses may have 20 events, but maybe only students were interested in only 10 of the events of the 20.
What was offered at elementary school this year?
Well,
What was the question?
What was offered at elementary schools this year? I know there's some, and most of them are virtual.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
came up with that awards. That's wrong.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
It's art in 4th grade, chess puzzle, 2nd, 3rd grade, 4th grade, creative writing, 2nd grade, math, graphs and charts, 4th grade, music memory, 2nd and 3rd, and 4th grade, number
I'm
sense.
good, that's all I
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Prince, I have a question.
yes, sir.
How does the recommendation from TASB, CTE Health Science, would that be kind of like the nursing deal?
We have a couple of teachers at the high school that teach health science classes. So
Then we have agriculture as part of CTE, their stipends considerably lower.
yes, but they have extra days too. There were a couple of years ago where we added, I think, was it 15 days?
It
It
was
went to 227.
their original calendar was 212 and we moved them up to 227.
So then the CTE Health Science are the 181?
187.
187.
Mhm.
But that was originally was an incentive
Okay.
to be able to recruit CTE health science.
Gotcha, okay.
Department head, high
Okay,
school. Who are the department heads at the high school? I mean, not name, but by job.
so you've got the 4 cores, you've got elective, you've got special
Okay,
education.
electives, who?
Oh, no, there's like one department head for all electives.
And that's who?
Oh, who is, like the person?
No, the job.
What do you mean? Like, oh, like, it is a teacher, yes.
Okay, but it could be
Any of the elective teachers
any of the elective teachers.
that wants to take on the additional responsibilities for the department head. You've got special education.
And
Special ed is a department head at
Yes.
each campus,
Yes,
or at the high school rather.
at the high school.
Okay, and one more?
Is it CTE? You know?
CTE, Spanish with our math, your English, with electives.
Oh, you got
You got your 4, you got 5 for 5 for elective, 6 for special education, and there's one more. I can get that for you.
Is it,
No, I don't know. I was thinking it was CTE, but I can check on that.
not that it's ever probably been brought up, but
You already said Spanish?
No.
That would
Did
be
you say that?
in the elective. They don't have a.
Used to have.
So hypothetically speaking, the ROTC senior ROTC instructor could be the elective,
Hypothetically speaking.
well, by regulation, he's supposed to be. Just point that out to you.
What regulation is that?
The one that we have a contract with the military to honor,
That says that they have to be.
they are supposed to be
the
treated as department heads.
Treated as department heads, well, they do get a
Well,
stipend.
they give it, it's not a department head stipend, it's a extracurricular.
So are you recommending to pay them even more than that?
What I'm recommending is
ROTC and the
that it
department
is in the regulation, and since we have department heads, I always thought, when I saw department head, I just thought it was before courts. I didn't realize there was other parties, other invitees to the party.
Special ed definitely needs one.
So we will get those items for you. We'll particularly get what was the actual amount of academic stipends paid, so you can see more an apples to apples comparison of what we would be saving.
Now, this would be the budgeted number, the 440.
Exactly, right. We might not pay
You might not.
all
that's
of
the
that
max.
depending on how many UIL stipend. The main things that would change are UILs, the number of events. All of these others are pretty much going to be filled. The other thing would be CDLs.
And what,
And for full disclosure, we have the autonomy to move or change or delete any of these. So make sure that you're clear on that, Dr. Pitts.
Yes, sir.
And we have had historically, which is not on here, I apologize, this was just discussed, but you had a bunch of bilinguals that have gone away now, right?
We are transitioning to an ESL program, so you'll see the ESL stipends on
And
there.
that's at 750, but wasn't the bilingual substantially more?
2,000 or 2,500?
2,500, they didn't necessarily have to be
That's the bulk of
certified.
the savings?
That and the reconciliation with having less campus fees for all these stipends.
now, is that bottom number, what's that, 400 and whatever? Is that based on the TASB number or what we've traditionally paid? What's that?
This one right here is based on what we've traditionally paid, and the
Okay.
second one is based on the TASB recommendation, but you notice they're very close.
And the band director, though, we added a $500 one right there because they're gonna be expected to lead the elementary music program.
Now that we have
curriculum.
music in the elementary schools.
And then our theater, we're now gonna offer theater at middle school, and we hadn't done that before. But we need to build that program, so we're gonna expect this person, the theater teacher, to go to the middle school.
So then elementary be having music, which is great. Do we have a music teacher or the band people are gonna be teaching that class?
No, each of them has a music and art teacher, or it's the music.
Are they
Fine,
inside
teacher.
still? No?
No,
wouldn't be?
no, that is their
No problem.
job.
So the theater arts teachers going from 3,500 to 3,850.
Let's see,
Or what was it?
they were $38.50 last year. If we added the $500 middle school stipend, then it would be $43.50 if we went.
Right underneath the high school, it says middle school.
Okay, there's two different charts. Okay, I got you. Okay. That's it. All right.
If you could again, Dr. Pitts, give us that number.
Yes, sir. Okay, are we ready to move on?
Anybody have any other further questions?
Now, these stipends this year are going to be stipulated that there will be an audit trail of a page or two of,
We're building that system as well.
October 20th, Monday, October
Yes.
20th. Just club now. Then students showed up. We started at 4:30, we ended at 5:30, and then next weekend, we have a chess tournament. I was there from 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock, something, there's an audit trail.
It'll be like a calendar, a monthly calendar of what is happening with their event. And then they'll have to get sign-in sheets by students.
Yeah, I don't know if how the difference whether high school has.
Lump sum?
These stipends are worked into their monthly salary divided by 12. The ones that are not are the UILs, because we don't know who's gonna do those events till the end of the year. And those are usually
Why
paid
wouldn't
after
we
the.
pay those as they submit them as,
Well, the department heads, department heads.
yeah, that's fine.
Right,
But
right.
those kind of.
Yeah, the
things-
UIL aren't paid until after the services have been rendered,
Okay.
because then you can see if they met all the qualifications.
Does the National Honor Society, Do principals get that stipend?
No, that is a teacher stipend as well.
Sponsor. So we only have one sponsor. Is that a principal? And then
The high school.
No, that's a teacher.
I have one question, Coach. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is the baseball varsity coach stipend?
We're gonna go there next.
Athletics.
Here, one second, we're going there next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're not sorry, we're not, we're neither.
I thought we were in sport.
So, any other questions when it comes to the academic? And again, keep in mind, we will go over this one more time with your budget workshop prior, and if there's anybody that has any addendum, make an addition or to delete, that'll be up to whoever wants to. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the Kingsville ISD 2021-2022 proposed athletic stipends. And before Colonel asks his question, my question is, why does TASB have option A, option B, then it goes 2021-22, then TASB total option A, and they didn't do it when it came to the academics?
Okay, so this is currently what we're paying right now.
Okay.
They gave us one option, and then they gave us a second option, and let me tell you the difference between them. So the current option, the issue with the current stipend plan is this. There is some inequity among the sports. There, for instance, what TASB says is that every individual sport, the head coach should be making the same amount, the assistant coach should be making the same amount, and the middle school coach should be making the same amount. The same thing with team sports. It should be equitable across the board, across boys and girls. And then football is the highest for a couple of reasons. Number one, the market is highest for football across the board when you're comparing with other districts. But also the responsibilities and the hours are generally increased across the board too. So they set 3 tiers where football is the highest, and then team sports, and then individual sports. But among those categories, they are equal. Right now, we do not have that. So if, for instance, you look at the varsity baseball head, 5,500. Look at the varsity basketball head, 6,000. TASB saying those are both team sports, they're both varsity heads, they should both be paid the same. So that's the issue with what our current stipends are right now. They're not aligned in that direction.
So how do you justify, example, and you're right, a program that goes year round like tennis and golf, they're year round. And I mean, where's the equitability from TASB when a year-long program runs all year long, when they're only really technically 5 months, 6 months out of the year?
That's a good point.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And again, I understand it's a recommendation, but if we're gonna be fair, how do you compare 6 months and I'm extending it versus a whole year?
I see your point. You're saying that there are increased responsibilities over a longer period of time. I think what TASB is saying that still overall market value for football is higher than for individual sports, even though they're only for part of the year. And so part of it has to be market value. What are all the other districts paying for comparable sports? So I see your point though.
But then also the number of students that participate.
That's
Let's say
true,
golf,
too.
you've got what? 5,
Less
10,
students?
Less students. In football, you've got 50, 60.
And you're right, but I'm not comparing, football is a different monster.
Right.
Because it's the moneymaker, supposedly, which, let's be honest, I'm not gonna be second. What's that?
It's not.
No, that's why I was being sarcastic, or facetious. But again, you're right, because there's certain a number, but again, I don't care if you have one, I mean, we have classroom sizes that don't even, and we're still paying the same. We have sometimes 15-1, but you have somebody making 22-1, so where do you find the median?
Okay, and I understand the hierarchy you gave us, but what's the difference between A and B? Which one's which?
Okay, so A does a couple of things. A makes us competitive to the market rates. What B does, B is reduce stipends, but the issue with B is that there's a lot of people that are reduced. We'd be reducing their stipends from last year. But it also, like, for instance, look at option A and option B for baseball head. Let me stand on this side. Baseball head, 8,000 across for all varsity heads. 6,000 across for all varsity heads in option B. So B is a reduced stipend value, but again, the problem is, or the issue is that a lot of people look at football, 92.50 right now is what they're currently paid. 7,500 is what they would be under option B. It's quite a decrease. So several people that have been paid a stipend more in the past, it's a decrease. And then the question is, this isn't really competitive market-wise. If somebody else at another school district is going to be paid a bigger stipend, they may be attracted to another school district, and we may not get the best coaches there. Now, if you look at the bottom with the bottom line, how much is this going to cost us? This is the difference between them. This is where we are now. This is what we would be to be competitive market-wise with our stipends. This is what we would be if we align, but we had reduced stipends. Again, this involves a decrease in stipends from what we currently have. However, all three of them, when we look at what we're saving on the academic side, based on school reconsolidation and moving to an ESL program, we still would be in the green. We'd still be saving on stipends no matter which one of these we decided to adopt.
The third to the last row, is that 2021, 2022, or is that?
Let's see. So this would be if we adopted this year, the same thing that we had last year. So I guess I could probably put
Yeah. just to be clear,
2021,
just to clarify for
2022.
people.
If we adopted the same thing,
It's the same thing we're paying now, but
we would be saving on the academic, but we wouldn't be saving anything on the athletic.
And I don't want to save on the academic side. And that's just my opinion.
Well,
I don't want to save on the academic. We need to pump as much money as possible when it comes to academics. Again, I understand there needs to be a balance, but again,
I think we get money and it's like we're burning a hole in our pocket. We gotta go spend it on something instead of saving it for a COVID or a rainy day or a hurricane. or
But the
whatever.
savings, I think, only came because of the consolidation and because of the
yes.
ESL change. That's the big thing.
We're not saying that we're not prioritizing the academics. It's just a matter of the switching of the district, the reconsolidation.
Do we need freshmen sports? Why can't the
So-
freshmen just turn off from JV and?
so
go
let me
ahead?
ask the $1 million question. Since it's a budget workshop, Coach Dowd, how many kids do you run in your football program technically right now when it comes to freshman, JV, and varsity?
So pre-COVID, we had 45 on the varsity, then we had 22 on JV, and then we had 15, so whatever that is. We're about 80 in football.
Why can't you just look around JV?
I mean, you can, so sometimes,
It's, can your varsity go to JV sometimes when there are not enough players or whatever? I don't know.
everybody but seniors can go, sophomores and juniors can go up and down however they want. Freshmen, we usually try to keep with freshmen because that's what they're gonna play. They're in the same, freshmen are gonna play against freshmen.
So seniors can go play JV if needed.
No,
No. Okay.
Got a lot of two-way players on that
What
first
did
team.
that rule change?
yeah, they just changed that.
Okay.
UIL just changed
You
that.
said 15 freshmen?
Yeah, last pre-COVID, we had about 50. Yeah, they went both ways.
How
It's a lot of snaps for them and a lot of development for them.
many,
How many games you play?
10,
Pre-COVID, how many games did you play?
we had 2 scrimmages, 10 games.
Pre-COVID, for freshmen. They played every week then.
How many employees receive more than one stipend on the athletic side? A lot.
All of them. More than one? All of them.
Because they all do what? A
They do
sport,
multiple
fall,
sports.
sport, spring.
Yeah, only two of our coaches do 3 sports. But everybody else, no, what, I take it back. Middle school sports does 3 sports.
Is it shorter?
I agree. And what's the coordinator at the middle school, head coach? I mean, that's AD from the middle school.
We have two of them now. We have a male and a female.
And one thing I want to point out, and again, it's like, where is it coming from? Eventually, this board is going to have to, or prior next board, whatever, is going to have to start determining for a girls coordinator being compliant with Title IX. I think that's in the making the next couple of legislative year, is you're going to probably see that to make sure that we're in compliance, because you see a lot of districts that are actually have already begun that. And again, they have their own women's coordinator, am I correct with that? So I think that's something coming down the pipe very, very soon. Not today, not tomorrow, but I think something coming down very, very soon that we're gonna have to bite the bullet. And again, I think it's very well deserved that we need it, and we'll do it. But again, I think that mandate will be coming either from TA or UIL in the future.
What's the difference? I don't know if it's a real good question, though, between coaching a JV, a ninth grade team, and a middle school team.
In football,
Yeah, football, that's probably the best example.
so we have a freshman staff that coaches, that's in charge of just freshman football.
Okay.
And then the high school staff coaches JV and varsity. They're focused on the varsity, but when varsity's on defense, JV will be on offense, and then they flip flop.
Okay, how about, well, my thing is, as far as the stipends are different, are they not?
Yes, they are.
What's the difference in time, effort, work?
Freshmen,
Supervision.
they're in and out. We focus on them. Yes, we focus on their football, but most importantly, the transition from middle school to high school, we focus on their grades. And we want to make sure that, because that first 6 weeks, they're wowed by the school, they're wowed by the speed of the game. So we want to make sure that they're right in the classroom.
So if I'm the middle school football coach, you know, what I got there, from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock?
Middle school?
Yeah.
Middle school is real short. It's a lot
I
shorter.
guess, are you telling me that?
And they don't start, Colonel, until September.
Oh, it's a shorter season?
Yes.
I guess my thing is the amount of time that the coach devotes to the team, whether it's varsity, JV, is it equitable? Is it the same?
Oh, yes. And they all have different responsibilities on
The stipend's
Fridays.
not. That's my point. The stipend's not the same.
Right. Now, varsity guys, they spend the most time. They're there 7 days a week,
Okay,
breaking
so
down
it's not the
film.
same.
Yeah, so the time between the different levels is not. There's more responsibility on the varsity
Okay,
side.
that's what I'm driving.
Yes.
Okay.
One thing that I should mention is that I understand the reasoning for prioritizing academics, and that needs to be our focus. But a lot of times it is the extracurricular activities that not only draw kids to the district, but also keep them involved so that it keeps their grades up. We know that kids that are involved in any extracurricular activity, from chess to athletics to fine arts, that those are the ones that do better in school, and those are the ones that stay in school. So
Let's look at basketball and track. At the middle school level, we seem to have an awful lot of coaches for both basketball and track.
There's a ton of kids, Mr. Kufo.
Can you shoot a number for the prior year that was COVID? Hypothetically, I know I'm asking you a loaded question, but what would you say 7th, 8th grade?
Pre-COVID and track,
Yes, sir.
man, Mr. Garza, we probably had about 60 to 70 kids.
And we have girls and boys.
Basketball.
Yeah, girls and boys basketball.
I got you,
60 each or 60 altogether?
60 altogether, boys and girls.
but you got a total of 6 coaches at the high school, and you got a total of 8 coaches at the middle school. It just seems.
4 male, 4 female.
Coach, I've banged my head for the last 3 years and doing my research. Special teams coordinator, I've talked to 3 other people that are very comparable to your program. They don't seem to have one. Why us?
That was,
It's right above the varsity video coordinator.
that was injected before me. So we've kept it. But special teams is it's a big part of the game. It's, it's a game changer. So he's in charge. He manages that practice. And yes, we have a special teams practice where we punt, kick, do all that kind of stuff. And they make calls on, if we're gonna fake punt, he makes that call.
So
If
is
we're gonna
that,
onside kick, he's gonna make that call.
so is that person also a positions coach as well, or he or she just does special teams?
He's a position coach as well.
So they get 2 stars.
Do you get 2 seconds?
No,
You know, if you always go for it on 4th down, you don't really have to.
We could save money if that worked out.
you can get fired real quick. Don't make up for it.
Any other questions on athletic stipends?
I'm all about equal work, equal pay, and when I'm seeing these cross-country varsity head get paid 4,800 and a track varsity head get paid 5,500, it makes me question. They work day. Why is there a huge difference?
Because it goes back to, they told me earlier, it's a team sport, so the more kids you have, the more you probably get.
Is there anything that,
What defines a team sport? Is cross country a team? I know it's scored by a team method.
According to this, it's individual.
It's individuals, but it's scored as a team and you run this, you run the race as a team.
Golf is too, but they've got.
Right, it's kind of like golf. You can go as a team, or you can qualify to go state as an individual, depending on how you
How
run.
about powerlifting?
It's an individual.
Same thing.
Powerlifting,
Like a certain individual?
That's what
that's
that.
it's the same thing.
as well.
All right.
You can win state as a team, but you can also win state as an individual bench press,
And track has multiple events and cross country is really just running.
Yeah, no big deal, just running,
Sure.
barely
You got-
running my car from the front door.
You got field events too, so they jump, throw, and
Is there anything else the board would like us to bring for
How much
athletic stipends?
did we spend our whole authorization in athletic stipends last year?
not this past year, we saved.
About,
Okay.
would you, loaded question, how, what do you think you saved so far, Dr. Prince?
You're talking about,
Athletic stipends.
do you have any idea how many positions we didn't pay? I mean, we could look at that.
I'd like to get that to the floor before the board makes a decision again on these stipends.
Because we, I thought we paid them all.
No, we paid all stipends.
Yes, so.
Because we held all events.
So then we didn't save it.
Right, last year, I think it was close to 291,000.
Yes, 291.
You anticipate freshmen and JV doing a full 10-game schedule this year in football?
Yes, sir. We just had, speed camp was day 1 today, we had 96 kids.
Okay.
So I'm expecting we'll be at 120 pretty soon.
Okay, then you don't have to worry about the 6-week grade thing now because we're on a 9-week system, right?
What?
So everybody will be eligible almost right up to the end of the season.
You're cutting out,
They're
Colonel.
gonna be.
They're gonna be learning
Come
no
again.
matter
Colonel.
what.
It is a difference though, because in past years, freshman football kind of just,
Anticipated. I mean, it is what it is, that's not to be honest with it.
No, we've got, and with Dr. Pettis' leadership, we've kind of assigned a coach to check grades every 2 weeks from here on out. So at middle school and high school.
So then what you're telling the board is that we should have 0 failures when it comes to extracurricular activities, when it comes to athletics, correct?
You cut down. Mr.
Okay.
Right. They're gonna have pop-ups, technology pop-ups that show.
Anything else when it comes to the athletic stipends? And again, we'll have, if you could get that information for us, Dr. Pitts. Again, keep in mind, these are TASB recommendations. As we get closer to the meeting, we can either A, approve some of the rings or not, or even actually move numbers around. It's at our discretion. Thank you.
So you're clear on what to bring back
Yes,
for the athletics? Okay.
What is it?
the amount that we have paid in athletics, well, we paid all athletics. So
Other than that, I'm trying to remember what else was.
I think it was on the academic side.
It was mainly academic questions.
But you guys are gonna vote on option A, B for stipends, correct?
And you're correct. So what would happen is we, as a board, will wait on the recommendation by administration whether to accept or deny the recommendation that will be brought forward by Administrator or Superintendent Dr. Bettis, and we go from there. And that goes for not just athletics, but academics as well. Can I ask a question when it comes to that?
Yes, sir.
What do we usually make when it comes to renting out of facilities as far as example? We hosted several basketball games, volleyball games. What's the revenue we can bring on that?
Well, about $350 after all expenses are paid.
So it's not much, but it's just in good faith, trying to work with neighboring districts.
That's a lot of basketballs.
But we get concession. So
And gate, or that's part of the gate.
the gate's split by the school. And then
So as a
that
matter
helps
of
pay
fact,
for the cost.
that's our next item.
Okay, sorry.
Coach, you've seen this?
Stipend
list that he's given with option A and option B.
Yeah.
Take a look.
What would it do if we decrease some stipends?
Just kind of the main discussion is, can we keep coaches?
Do we need that many?
Stipends or coaches?
It is,
I'm gonna always say we need coaches, because if we have more, if I can get a group of 5 versus a coach having a group of 15, we can get a lot more instruction done. We can win more games.
and again, to call the elephant in the room has always been in that we have been very, very generous when it comes to athletic stipends throughout the coastal bend. I don't care how many studies TASB has recommended or says. I mean, we have been very good to a lot of these different athletic deals. But again, I just want to keep and say that this board, I mean, the past prior boards have always been, kind of concerned. But again, I'm not saying that anything's gonna happen. But again, it's always been the topic or a hot button is we're way above on some, that we're way too above the market share. And that's a fact. Go ahead, Mr. Duval.
One more question, and I'll direct it to the superintendent if she wants to, because what are y'all's thoughts on the team sports versus the individuals versus football? And then I'll follow the Max with the question. In the evening out of those.
I tend to agree with it. And I know how competitive sports is in our region. And I know what sports does when we are doing well. I mean, look at our basketball team, the winter area, look at our golf team, and what that does for the community. It's hard to put a price on that, but it brings pride, back to the Brahmas. But we also need to make sure we realize that our coaches, our good coaches, are working nonstop. Saturday mornings they're up, after a game, oh my gosh, what could I have done better? Or let's keep moving, whatever it is, it's just constant. But also they give, I mean, we have food drives, they're my first ones there. Graduation, they were setting up. They go above and beyond.
Do you mind if we ask the athletic director the same question?
Sure. Go ahead.
It's a workshop.
So
That alignment, the way that they've got it.
if we look at option A and it's all lined up, I mean, I have no problem. I feel like we can be competitive.
And your coaches will understand that the team versus the individual versus
Right, so here's my spiel on coaches, Mr. Kupal. We may just have a football season or a baseball season or a basketball season, but in the off season, that's where we develop character. That's where we develop discipline. It's not just during the season that they coach, it's year round. I mean, right now in the summer, we gotta watch those 96 kids that come in. We've offered camps. So Ms. Ramos asked me once, she goes, "You're just getting started." Yeah, we're getting going. So we've got to keep our kids interested in KISD, and then with all our surrounding districts, we really got to step it up. So we've asked our coaches, and we've kind of set up expectations as to what we need to do year round to make sure that we're keeping up with the Joneses around.
Like these summer camps. I mean, that was an expectation that we were gonna host those, and they've been very popular.
But again, you also need to understand as a board and as a community some of the stuff we take, and I'm not gonna mention it because I'm gonna get in trouble. But again, we know how and when, but yes, y'all can read them between the lines. It's time to, let's get busy.
And probably not said out loud very often, but we have teachers at the high school who are not coaches. And they're looking at their $1,000 UIL stipend, and they're looking at that $7,000 athletic stipend. And Johnny comes in with his algebra homework and, wait a minute, I'm not your algebra teacher. Where's your algebra teacher at? Oh, he's coaching. He's got, and that happens. And it happens to me, and it happens to any teacher. What are you gonna do? Tell the kid no? So, I mean, there's also that factor of sense of inequity, whether it is or isn't, the sense is there that, you know.
We
no
have
matter
paid
how
our,
hard you try, there's not equitable between academic and athletic.
But any tutors, we are paying them extra duty pay.
I
I don't know if they ever did that before, because I know that you said that was a concern, but we do pay them.
There's been a lot of
extra
things
duty
that's coming with you, Dr. Perez, it wasn't done before, and it steps in the right direction. That's my heartburn with when I see athletic stipends and academic stipends, you know. Is there a return on the investment other than the rhetorical, well, kids who are involved in sports, or kids who are involved in band, do better? Well, yeah, we know they do, but that's just a fact.
And I think that's the $1 million deal is, are we in general getting a return on investment when it comes to everything that this district spends on? Any other questions when it comes to the athletic stipends?
And can we add underwater basket?
We're actually working as UIL sport.
Really, I've heard about this for years, I can't wait to try it.
You know what's really starting though? They're starting water polo. Just fun fact.
We'll never have a pool
Let's do
again.
wrestling.
We used to have a swimming
We
pool.
used to have a swimming
We
pool.
won't go there.
And a competitive swim team. swimming
That's
and
correct.
diving.
And we lost Coach Busey to Flower Bluff and did a great job over there.
We paid him for it.
That's too much. What's that?
We bought him out because he's a 20-year teacher.
Okay, I don't think we need to get into it.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
think we need to get into it.
You know what? If you don't know your history, you're bound
I
to
don't
make
think
the same
we need
mistake.
to.
Anything else when it comes to the athletic stipends? Anything else?
I just can't see anyone making less than what they were. I mean, that's one thing that I'm against, bringing them down.
And again,
which would be option B, is bringing them down.
You know, and
She said no.
I'm not for that.
And you may have to
Because I
establish
can't
some
see that.
targets and take a couple of years to get to those targets. Because I agree with you. That's a tough sell.
And I think for next year's purposes, I think that Dr. Pettis, you and your team, work maybe a little bit earlier, start killing some of these people academically and athletically to kind of see where we're at and make sure that we're actually seeing progress.
Well, yeah,
That's exactly right.
and
Because
now
I
that
don't
we
want to
won't be.
hear, I don't want to hear in June that we're here again and, oh,
Well, I mean, we had a COVID year, so there was no way. of
Dr.
that.
Pettis,
And then
again,
we
all due
did,
respect to you,
I
I'm
know,
tired of hearing about COVID.
I am too.
And so am I.
That's why I expect
Tired
him
of
to be
throwing
here.
things in the well, like I told everybody.
That's why I expect him to be here and be accountable for the kids that are gonna be showing up. So I wanna make sure we're doing that. The TASB study, we were not happy that it was gonna take this long as either. And that's why we wanna get started as soon as possible, for sure. I totally agree with you on that.
And again, we're just not held accountable to the staff here, we're also held accountable to the community. So again,
Was
you're
this the
correct.
same group, school group that they use for the personnel?
No, it was a different school group that they used. They couldn't get all the data. Not everybody submitted it for the stipend.
I think you told us that. Okay.
Yeah, we had a presentation.
We have to keep pushing to get more and more information.
Okay. It's all downhill from here.
Three more blue sheets.
Thunderstorm warning, just FYI.
Oh, we are?
Yeah. Till 9 o'clock.
Those are the only people that can be wrong and nobody gets mad at them. You know that? Meteorologists. You're always wrong.
It's almost till 9, we're safe.
I don't know, but just said, I just got an alert. I got an alert. Claver, I got the Claver going to KPD.
That's
So, little minor is coming from the northwest. We are on the very edge right now, so maybe it's
Dr. Pitts, do you understand?
Do we normally have to move to the next agenda item? If it's okay, because it's a workshop.
It's our VP, you move it along.
We're under storm watch. Colonel Kretz, do you want to move to the next agenda item? Do we want to?
Sure, go.
Property insurance.
Okay, so there was a question about athletic revenue. So athletic revenue is generally put into 3 different types of accounts. If it is, there's no printout for that. If it is a regular UIL game, the gate receipts go all into the general fund. So those would be, for instance, everything that is on the regular schedule. Everybody that's in our district, we either play them home or away if it's football, or it's a home and home. All of those games, the gate receipts go right into the general fund. Then there are playoff games that we host here between 2 different schools that they're just using our facility. Those go into a campus activity fund, and the campus activity fund pays all the expenses. They pay the officials, they pay the, they'll pay the district, the gym rental, or the custodians, or the electricity, but it goes right into the campus activity fund. So on the schedule, when you see that it's paid out of campus activity fund, those are playoff games that are hosted here. Now, to cover the expenses, we also charge the other districts that are playing. They have to pay to cover the expenses as well. And then finally, the third one are the tournaments that go into the student activity accounts. Those are usually used as revenue generators for that particular sport. So let's say that tennis wants to have a tournament. Tennis has a tournament, invites different school districts, and again, they pay all of the expenses out of their account. They pay for the officials and so on, but they get to keep the remaining amount in their student activity account. So those again are the 3 differences: regular games or playoff games that we host between 2 schools, or revenue generators that go into student activity that are held from tournaments. Yes, sir.
When it comes to athletic, what is the cost, I mean, you mentioned it, of the rental of the university for a year?
The university for the
For
whole
football,
year,
yeah,
for football, it's $50,000 a year, and they've kept that static for the last 10 or more years, as far as I know.
And for the record, you understand, to run a stadium.
Question, does each sport have a separate campus activity and student activity account?
Yes.
Who controls those?
So the campus itself, whatever sport is, they initiate the activity, the deposits, and then they come to my office, and then we review the books and we do the posting. So the activity is on the campus, and then all the paperwork comes into the finance office.
You get the receipts, that's an easy one. Who controls the disbursements?
The finance,
So, and you only allow.
Both the campus and the student.
campus and student.
They enter requisitions just like they do for the general fund, and then we control the disbursement from.
You get it
the
after
same
it
way.
passes through the high school bookkeeper.
Right, she's the one that receipts everything in, but the actual receipt comes to us.
I've seen a lot of payments for ticket people, for freshmen. I used to volunteer at my high school, those all the time. No one paid anybody to take any money from anybody or sell somebody a Coke. Where are our student volunteers putting this on their resume? Why are we giving them an opportunity to get some work experience than paying somebody?
When we can, we offer it to our NHS to get some volunteer hours. But in the spring is when it gets wild, like January and February, and there's so many events that we can't cover, so we have to pay folks.
It
But
becomes a money issue,
parent-
right?
Parent involvement is one of our targets to increase.
I mean, are these parents getting paid or are they volunteering?
No, to volunteer, so we don't have to pay.
I want to go back to the activity. Does every sport get X amount of money for activity or no? They gotta raise that money.
They're required to generate that money. They get, every sport gets money from the general fund.
Right. And that all depends. So let me ask you, have you all met with every sport, every administrator and gone over for their budget for next year? No.
We have not yet. The salaries and the stipends and compensation is the biggest part. We need to address that first and then we can move forward.
That's part of each one of these head coaches' duties.
So the expectations for coaches is if you want nice uniforms or extra things for your sport, you're gonna have to supplement the budget with
Your activity fund?
with activity funds, with fundraisers, with, you know. doing
$1 million
extra
question.
things.
If I want to donate to a activity fund, do I need to go through you all or I can just give a check and say, I want this to go straight to this organization?
So there's a form that has been implemented for you to sign, and you give that item to whoever, whatever club, and then it still runs through our office. All the posting, we see everything. We see all the revenue that comes in, all the expenditures, what they're buying, who we're paying. It's all dissected. And whenever we have our year-end audit, we actually balance the accounts and make sure that every organization that worked for the money is spending the money and what they're doing with it, so.
So the donations go through our system just like
Everything.
everything else.
And you get a report monthly.
Okay, don't leave.
Any other questions on activity counts before we?
I know we've been here a long time and kind of getting a little worried about what Dr. Pez mentioned a while ago. Severe thunderstorms, which are producing 3/4 inches of hail and stuff like that. So I know this is a very important topic that we're talking about. Just kind of speed up a little bit. Because the last thing is, I know we all love each other. That's what I'm saying. People need to get dried out.
It's like every time we have a board meeting, that's when thunderstorms come.
So do you want me to move on to the next item, Mr. President?
Move on, yes, I'm
Move on to the
sorry.
next
Sorry,
item.
yes, sir. Yeah.
So, our insurance, now that we have two facilities that currently we have property insurance on. That's something that we need to consider what we're gonna do moving forward. So these are our options. Currently for Memorial, we have, boy, that's kind of blurry. Is there a way to fix that a little bit? To make it a little bit less.
Is it in?
Okay. So currently we have $3 million of coverage for Memorial, should something happen to that property. That cost us $73,000 premium every year. The options that we have are to move to a lower coverage. This is basically replacement cost value. We can move to an actual cash value of what that's worth, approximately $6 million right now. That would cost us a $27,000 premium each year for Memorial. The third option is not to have any property coverage on that building. That's the third option. When I talked with Carlisle, who is our agent, they said the main things that you consider when making this decision are, number one, are we going to make improvements on this building again? Are we planning to use this building again? What would happen if this building got blown away? Would we plan on rebuilding it? Those are the major considerations that you look at when you're trying to make a decision on how to insure it. Right now, just to let you know, McRoberts and Lamar, the two buildings that we don't have students right now, we have them on actual cash value right now, but every year when we renew our insurance, they do an inspection. And they have just told us that they're not going to insure these at all anymore. They're in such condition that they will not even insure them anymore. So for McRoberts or Lamar. So if something would happen to those buildings right now, we would not get anything for them, but they're gonna give us $15,000 back in premium for the actual cash value for those two facilities because they've decided after the inspection, they're not gonna cover it anymore. They're giving us back some premium.
So have we moved the books for McRoberts?
We have not yet, we are working on it, so, but yes, so what we need to consider is what we're gonna do as far as insuring them. We have an option of paying $73,000 a year on Memorial and insuring that, for $16 million.
All right, we're currently paying replacement cost value. Currently, that's.
Correct.
All right. But don't we have to continue to do that at Clayburgh? I mean, we're gonna use Clayburgh. We're not, but somebody is.
Right.
Right,
And so I don't think Clayburgh, I don't think we have an option there. I can't say what's in that dark blue square on my page. I'm blind.
Okay, so the dark blue square is over $1 million, and so the other thing is the contents too. Like if you look at the contents currently at Memorial, we're not going to be paying that $13,000 premium because we're not going to be insuring the contents. We may want to move some of those contents to another facility and insure them at the new facility, but we're not going to have $2.9 million worth of contents. So these are in orange because those will pretty much go to zero.
Is the freezer movable?
Is the freezer movable? I believe it is, but I believe it's a costly endeavor. That's something that I can get with Ms. Butler and see if what we're interested in doing now with that. So as you can see though, all of these buildings, very low premium. It'd be very easy to go to an actual cash value. He wasn't able to come up with that on the short notice, but the biggest decision we need to make is with the main building at Memorial, which one of these are we gonna go to?
Cost value, we don't.
Yeah. Memorial's a no-brainer. We don't care if it burns to the ground.
Well, if we don't care if it burns to the ground, then why pay the $27,000? Why not just go
Because
to
we've got
zero?
Boys and Girls Club there. And we've got to have some degree of coverage there to show good faith.
Right.
But Clayburgh, we don't have a choice but to continue pretty much where we are because the majority of that building is going to be used. Well, a good portion of that building is going to be used. Correct?
So if we look at it, the ones that are going to be used are the classrooms for sure. That's what Head Start's going to be in. $6,000 premium annually for that. The annex is going to be used, but the main building, what we're using that for is the library books.
But are they really going to?
I mean, not the library books, the textbooks.
Are they going to really let you pick and choose those? Because normally what you would have there is you'd have your main premium and then your annex and your classroom would be kind of add-ons. If they'll let you reach in and just do that, 4,100 on those, then yeah, but I'm not sure they're going to let you do that.
So again, we would be saving $17,000 if we went from $30,000 to $13,000 premium if they would allow us just to do it for the main building. Does the board have an inclination to do that if they'll let us? We would have to bring it back to a board meeting and get it approved at an actual board meeting. But I'm trying to get a feeler for what you have an appetite for doing as far as insuring those buildings.
Yeah, because we will at the end or the beginning of next year have 4 old schools now.
Right.
And in Clayburgh, there's value there. It's being used. Memorial, the Boys and Girls Club is a little bit, but not enough to pay full value. And in terms of need down the road, I think we are so far down the road before we have populations back up to need one of these.
The only way we would use Memorial would be if there was something disaster would hit Gillette or the high school. That would be our.
Or a disaster would hit another districts or other schools, so, you know.
We're not gonna insure for another district. We're gonna insure for ourselves.
Well, we'll have a scatter of students from other schools, so.
The one thing I wanted to point out is, another thing that they saw during the inspection is that there's 3 buildings at Clayburgh and one part of the building at Pett is that they said the roofs have to be fixed now. We're gonna talk about roofs in just a second. And until the roofs are fixed, we currently have $100,000 deductible on everything, but they're saying until the roofs are fixed, if something happened to the building, we would have a higher deductible, 250,000 to 100. So we do need to look at getting those roofs fixed, and I'm gonna talk about that in just a second. So, any other questions on that?
Anybody have anything else?
We're not gonna keep a lot of stuff in the memorial, are we?
No,
We're gutting, I mean, when I say gutting, we're getting rid of stuff,
you're talking about the contents.
contents, yeah.
Some of the contents will be moved, like for instance, library books and so on.
Technology.
Right,
all
right,
these-
but a lot of that,
Yes.
Better
Yes.
gas.
Yes. We've already started doing a lot of that.
okay, then let's move on to the roofs. So,
Yeah, exactly. Make sure it's insured already, right?
well, so we have looked into the warranties on our current roofs, and they have expired except for the domes. So the domes can be renewed. We are gonna bring to you probably in the next 2 months a proposition for what needs to be done to renewing the warranty on the domes, because we don't want that to expire. Usually, there's a process where they look and see what needs to be fixed on it, and then you fix them, and then they'll continue the warranty for another 5 years. But every other building where the roofs, the warranty has expired, we have 4 different options for repairing the roofs. And they are listed in order of increasing cost to the district. The most cost-effective option is if we were to procure all the materials ourselves. We do all of that together, and then we do an RFQ for the labor. Now, most of our roofs are garland roofs already, the ones that we currently have. So they can do the RFQ for us at no charge, and then you put it out publicly, so you look at all the different bids that come on in for the labor, and you take the one that's most advantageous to the district. Again, you procure all of the materials separately. This is extra work on the district that has to be done, but it is the most cost-effective option. This takes a little bit longer to do and more work hours. The next cheapest option is,
I like the word freeze.
well, unfortunately,
Nothing of it free.
nothing's gonna be free. This is gonna be a costly process no matter what we do, but luckily, again, we have checked ESSER 3 funds can be used for this for the different schools as well too. But right now we have leaks in a lot of our different schools. The second option is where they do the RFP for the materials and the labor. This could be about 10% more than the first option. It is a lot less labor intensive on the district. Basically, they do everything for us. The third option is turnkey. So this is probably even more expensive. This is where you get the materials, but you don't really get them. I wouldn't recommend this option. You don't get the materials through pretty much the Omnia Co-op. And then the last one that's the most expensive, I wouldn't recommend that either. You have an architect and you go back to the beginning and don't do that option. So my recommendation is going with either option A, which is longer and takes more district time, or option 2, which you're going to shorten the time period and it's a lot less hours as far as the district is concerned.
And these are for those 2 roofs, Pettis and Flavor?
So, no, we still have to do Harvey, we have to do Gillette. There is a building at HMK. There is also the maintenance shed. So there's a lot of roofs that need to be done in the district.
So when you say 10%, 10% of a million, 10% of 100,000, That stuff tells me how many,
Can we just
how
do
does that
like,
translate to labor, you know?
let's do a roofing CTE for high school
That's
and
fine.
have the kids cut do the roof for us.
So you know what I'm saying?
So yes, so you're asking how much, right now, when we had Garland take a look at our roofs, it was about, I think around $350,000 total dollars for the repair, this time around, to get it to where our roofs aren't leaking across the district.
Okay, so.
So basically
10% is
$35,000 for them to do the work for us,
okay,
basically.
And that translates into how many labor hours?
Hard to say because I've never done this process before.
I mean, that's just that's what it comes
Right,
down
right.
to, I mean, you know,
Right.
is it $10,000 in labor or $50,000 in labor? That makes a decision for you.
But we do need to move forward with it because again, every time it rains, we have classrooms that are leaking. And our roofs are just gonna get in worse shape unless we repair them.
Okay, so if we were to choose number one.
Okay.
And it takes 4 or 5 weeks to get the process going. Then we would be voting on that sometime next week. How do we do this to where we're not doing it in the middle of hurricane season? How do we get our roofs to roll over to where they run out of insurance or whatever it is that our cost is? That they do it when we can actually work on it without ripping them open and then having it storm inside.
Right, well, the quickest option is gonna be option number 2. You're gonna pay a little bit more for that, but again, that's where they do the work for you.
So at the next board meeting, you can bring, at the
next board meeting, you can bring the difference in the cost.
Do we even know what the work is? I mean, who's our roof expert?
There'd be a
On staff.
learning curve to be involved there.
And the
$35,000 in learning.
It-
Words that I think the same
You almost
sentence.
have to do your roof repairs during the summer, when kids aren't there.
Right.
And unfortunately, that's hurricane season.
And that's fine. I just want to let y'all know that right now, the engineering building at the university doesn't have a roof. And we've got every single outdoor exterior room on the 3rd floor has had to have water issues addressed.
So it's not gonna happen during the summer, though. Summer's over.
It happened last week.
No, I'm talking about, no matter what we do, summer's over.
Well, they can work on it while students are there. We don't have to wait a whole another year to do this.
That one staff is the roofing expert, that knows how much roofing material to get, how many. Nobody.
Right, I mean, I almost think this is the way to
We don't have
go.
any roofers on staff.
I'm sure there's some tomorrow with a quote for free.
That they'll work for free?
No, they're
No,
gonna,
that,
they
there's
gotta,
people that'll show up tomorrow for a free quote.
Oh, right, a free quote. This one, they do all the bidding for it. You have experts that go out and do everything. And again, I think it's worth it to make sure the job is done right.
Agreed. We've learned the hard way.
Right.
Okay, we have one more item tonight.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Carpet.
Very important.
That was very important. I brought it up last time. I'll get everybody's brought it too.
Okay, so the carpet we're referring to is this carpet that's throughout the building. There's a couple of issues with it. The biggest one right now is fleas. That's the biggest one. We haven't been able to lick it. They've come and sprayed the whole building, I think, 4 times already, and then different offices 2, 3 more times, and we still have fleas biting us. So that's.
I'm sorry, it's funny. I'm sorry, it's funny.
You know, they got these things that look
I
like.
didn't know that.
Well,
Relocate board.
I have had people that have brought fleas to my office to show me. I really have. So that's one thing, and then We have had other employees that have said that I haven't had allergies till I started come working at admin. And really, it is bad here as far as that's concerned too. Really, what needs to be done is the carpet needs to be ripped out and put a harder surface, really. We wanted to let you know that the first step in the process would be to getting someone to test. Is there a problem if we rip it out with asbestos? So that would be the first step in the process.
We have to change.
And then after that, we'd have to bring to the board different quotes for how much it would cost to replace it.
Go take over Memorial.
Memorial High School.
The outbuilding
Central
to
Ed.
that.
What's underneath here, concrete slab and on all of these facilities right here?
I think it's a concrete slab.
What would that be?
Original burial site back in the day.
We had, fortunately, the old high school burned. So from then on,
Unfortunately.
everything was made out of concrete.
Well, I mean, we're in 2021, 2022, and the new thing is having concrete floors, something that's easy to clean. So I honestly don't, if we could do it right, I don't see why we would have to put bids out to find out what it would take to put flooring down on floors.
I don't think that would be the issue. More is to test to make sure there's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'd be the first
That
step.
one, I don't see why you need to replace the carpet if that's like the new thing. Isn't there some new spray or something that they put over?
You know about the flooring.
Over, it's epoxy flooring, it's just like the garage flooring, it lasts forever, it's, yeah, as long as it's cheaper than flooring and carpet, as long as it gets rid of the fleas, like. No, but you can put concrete and put a sealant on it and not have to put epoxy or anything, and it lasts forever.
And it's something we've talked about prior, that, pulled out all the carpet from it because it's due to the allergies. I think the fleas are gonna keep Dr. Pesler. It takes 2 minutes, it's okay, still.
Is this person guaranteeing their work or no?
Well, so when they do a flea spray, it's a 30-day guarantee. So they've come back a whole bunch of times. It's a 30 guarantee unless they change the product. If they have a different chemical or a different application, then.
When they come and spray, when's the next time that they spray?
No, they came about 3 times within less than 2 weeks, because it just, I'd get back into my office, others, even Mr. Maddox said, have a flea on, because they just came back, they didn't
And
even.
who's doing this?
We have a vendor, but can we get some? I would, but yeah.
Well, I don't know, I'm no pest expert, but when you do fleas, you're killing the adult ones. And then you wanna wait approximately a certain amount of days for the ones that are eggs to hatch.
Yeah, I think that's why they came back 3 times within less than 2 weeks, but it still didn't.
We still have a flea problem here.
Did vacuuming for the.
Yes, shampooing the carpet, vacuuming,
We've tried
everything.
baking soda and salt. I mean,
Oh,
we've
yeah, home
tried.
remedies, we tried everything. Wood traps, oh, it's bad.
Done all that. Board gas, it doesn't-
I think from a public relations standpoint, though, we need to document, and we have, by virtue of this meeting, how bad things are, so that it does not look like, oh, everybody's flunking, they're giving everyone a raise, and look at what they're doing, they're renovating. And unfortunately, that's the realities that.
That you all deal with, right?
This carpet's gotta be.
Yeah.
4 years ago, the previous Dr. Perez wanted to replace the carpet, and we said no. We voted no.
Yep.
Or I didn't vote no, the board voted no.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not
It's a
like
while.
this is,
There-
it's been put
There's,
off a while.
it'd be easier to clean if you had a harder surface. It would take less manpower hours. So.
But I think the recommendation would be just to pull it out, and just take it out.
Take it out, put it in the carpet.
As long as there's no asbestos. Yeah.
Don't put any new carpet down.
You're also,
You could put like a laminate down.
I wouldn't put anything down, that's my thing, that says cost savings, you don't have to cut it, it's easy to clean, it's easy to find fleas.
Yeah, you got government OSHA considerations and all that, just to make sure that you've got the slip surface. They have to put some kind of-
Slip and fall.
That's a good thing about shade.
That's why you bust the concrete and then just throw it.
I mean, that's what Walmart is doing now. But we also need to look at acoustics in here. And so you're gonna have to come in here and do some acoustic treatments to these walls. Or you're just gonna have echoes. That's not.
Or we can talk real loud.
Cables, so
Now it's all on TV.
Barely here.
So you're saying that can be done, Dr. Vasquez?
No, I'm saying is, the majority of the floors in the hallway areas, they are concave, they sunk. So it's not a horizontal, it's not an even surface in there, so when you walk down the hallway, you're gonna see that we have some dips throughout hallway area.
So we will be bringing, an update on that, and,
Let's do this.
we'll first take a look at, can we remove it safely without the asbestos, and then we'll bring quotes from there.
Anything else? So, but anything else, Dr.
No, sir.
Sandy, anything else?
Yes.
Dr. Bettis, anything else? Any more? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Key at the schools, I know that a lot of the campuses didn't have a master key, some of the employees were using keychains with, 13 keys on them to try to open and close doors. Have we got a master key for?
So,
each one of those?
the
I know it was
schools
like
that-
7 grand or something, you brought that up.
Yes, so we have worked on that. I believe that's almost complete. They've been working on that. It was Harold, it was Pettis, and then Memorial. We didn't worry about Reking Memorial at all. But the problem was each door had a different key. So yes, I'll bring next week our status on that, but I think we're almost complete on that.
Anything else? If there is no any further, I actually declare this workshop adjourned at 8:58. Good luck to you all at SLI. Enjoy. Go have fun.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I don't know, I like free food.
Okay.
You said,
I don't know.
Ms. Salinas, Ms. Ramos?
Pues dale, la comida que está aquí.
Yeah. Okay, I have a
Yes.
question.
no, because I didn't have time.
I don't want.
Oh, to fix it, to put the tenant there. You don't want, a motion.
No. I don't want somebody to look at it. Say they're like, this
There
is
is?
what I'm saying, so.
Yeah, that's-
They receive for the hotel and for bringing it as well. First of all, two favorites.
Okay. Oh, but wait, the check? He's gonna need the check, right?
I don't know. Okay, oh, he needs it for his.
Is anybody gonna